Oh, hello. Hi, Ryan. So Twitch is rude. Why? Why is Twitch rude? Hi, Ria. Welcome in. Thank you for checking in, guys. Thanks for getting first. Add jail. Oh, so that's not cute. Guys, I'm free. Yay. Hi, guys. I am going to be playing Pokopia. Happy Sunday. And then I think I want to do open lobbies again tonight. For DVD. We're gonna be up streaming a little longer today since our streams have been short. And I hope you all can join me for open lobbies later. I would love to have you all. How are you doing, Ria? Ryan, what are you up to? How was your stream earlier? I was tapped in and then I started laundry and then I went and showered and I just my errands got away from me and I never got to come back and check in. I'm so sorry. Grind Fortnite? Are you enjoying the new season? Guys, my beard is pretty long. Pokopia. Real about grinding Fortnite. No, I low key want to play Fortnite again. I need some folks to be my squad in Fortnite that I can just go back and play with because I haven't played Fortnite because I don't have the peoples, the regulars, anymore. Hi, Ali. Welcome in. Uh, uh, Ali, we're about to unlock Dragonite. Hell yeah, yeah. Dragonite arguably cuter than Lapras, but they're kind of in competition for cute. So, he's already spawned, and I didn't want to proceed and get his power without doing it on stream. So we're gonna just get started on that. I just saw. Wait. Time. I love them both. I know, and they're both so adorable. Mi frijolita. Ali, how was your day yesterday? How's everybody's days? Guys, I went to see RuPaul last night. It was not the show I thought it was gonna be, but I still had a good time. We did get stranded for like an hour and a half trying to find a car to take us home. And then a random stranger, we thought out of the kindness of his heart, but then asked us, okay, um, drove us home, which was so nice of them. Because for an hour and a half, we were waiting for a car to take us home, to show up, like a lift. We had three lifts um, cancel on us. All right, this is the Skylands, guys. There's Dragonite up there. We'll introduce you to some of our new friends. Rukadi was the first friend we made. Um, we have Flygon now. Icon, the legend icon. Flygon. Pink tall grass. Okay, perfect. Oh. Oh. We're getting a new friend. Hi, babe. Giraffe Rig. We live, laugh, love Giraffe Rig. Lovely to meet you. I was just checking this area out. Actually, I plan to live here, so I expect to be seeing you around. The tail needs to greet me as well. I'm dead. Oh dear, looks like the little deer's in a bad mood. Sorry I turned away from you like that. It's usually much better behaved, so I hope we can all be friends. That is so funny. Graphrig's tail has a small head. It instinctively bites at any foe that approaches the Pokemon from behind. Here are all my little guys. Trampinch, Pupitar, Swablu, Froakie, and Sprigatito. We've already kind of gotten Greninja. Oh, and Vulpix. I was so excited to see Vulpix. We love Vulpix. Up here we have Greninja and oh, another person. New Pokemon alert. Oh, and Corviknight or Corvisquire. Dratini! Whoa, you're like the perfect size. I'm working hard every day to make sure I grow up strong. Grow up big and strong. I'll use your height as my goal, so let's be buddies from now on, okay? Wait a sec. Can you make yourself as big as you want when you transform? For real, I've shed my skin so many times already, and I'm still only this size. It's totally unfair, right? So cute! Oh, let's turn off the music. That's what's so loud. Oh, Spotify. Spotify was broken for a little bit. Water, okay. Not water. Okay. Look at Dragonite! He's so cute! Windmill kit? Okay, period, because I wanted to use that. Oh, hello there! Where did you come from? What? Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just so nice here. I keep nodding off. What? You made this home? Wow. I feel like I could fly forever if I just get in a good sleep. He's so cute! It can fly in spite of being big and bulky physique. It circles the globe in just 16 hours. He's the only one that spawns there. You made me such a nice home. I really want to do something for you in return. But what can I do? Oh, I have an idea. You're a Ditto, right? So you should be able to transform into me, and then I can teach you how to fly like this. So cute. And there we go. Little Dragonite. You learn Glide. Plus press R while in the air. Easy. It's so cute! We learned how to fly. Whoa, you look just like me. Okay, we should practice a little to make sure you can have fun and stay safe. Come over here with me. Let's practice. Over here. You're still a beginner, so it might be hard for you to really zip around in the sky. Maybe fly wasn't the right word. Glide? Yeah, you'll be gliding. Gliding? It's not flying exactly. More like falling really slowly. Precious baby, I know. But that's okay. You won't have to worry about getting hurt, and moving between islands will be really easy. Let's try going to the next island. Just glide and follow my lead. Alright, easy. He is so cute. He's so dumb and derpy. What's that sound? It's Tinkaton! We're gonna unlock Tinkaton too! Got the hang of it. I did. Flying is lots of fun, isn't it? Now, anytime you want to go to another island, you can just glide, and it's super easy. Glide, crash, smash! What's that sound? She's up there. She's working hard. I think it's coming from the top of that building over there. I'm defying gravity. I really want to know what it is, but I need to head back pretty soon. I bet you could climb up to the top of the building and check it out, though. Thank you, Dragonite. I can fly. Okay. Well, we haven't been here, so let's explore. Melting furnace. It's so cute, Allie, right? Ria wasn't lying. I think... roller coaster. Okay, there's a roller coaster here. Okay, we're gonna have to build this out. Sewer covers, mailbox. Tons of paper, but I want to know how to make paper. So I can give it to Team Rocket. I'm excited. We're gonna do like, I think we're just gonna try to get Mad Max style gaming. Let's see this artifact. Team R Grunt's Journal number 7 has been added to your human records. Hearing about the boss's dream of keeping Team R together, even in outer space, really got me motivated. I'm gonna give my mission one more serious go. I did a little work on the rock, the warehouse, to trick people by walking by into wanting to help with my mission. Oh my god, there's the guy from last time. CJ with the check-in, 11 times. Let's go. It was, how are you doing, CJ? How's everybody's doing? I hope everyone's been having a great weekend. No more Pokopia stream. I know, but I wanted to keep going, and I was like, it just doesn't seem right not to stream it. We just unlocked CJ. We just unlocked Dragonite, CJ. It was a lot of work, but I just had to keep in mind that I was working hard in the moment, so I could take it easy later. Not a bad thing. The engineers all look kind of annoyed with me, but they did lend a hand. Now all I gotta do is wait for some goody to come along and do my mission for me. I'm gonna go ahead and report to the boss what I've accomplished. I bet he'll be so proud. WU, look! And officially we can fly. Okay, wait, I'm gonna test something. It's just waste paper. But how do I make it paper? Goody, yeah. Am I the goody? Be honest, am I the goody? More balloons! Okay, we're gonna add this to our little, like, party place. More lights. Oh. I don't mean to steal any of that flooring, but here we are. Also, guys, getting tons of ideas for builds. Oops! Might have messed up. Tinkaton, what's wrong? No! Tinkaton! Wake up! Wake up! Did you change your hair? I did change my hair. I changed the color and the style. She's adorable! We love Tinkaton! Yeesh, what a mess! Didn't expect the weird machine thingy to literally blow up in my face. Huh? Who are you? Where'd you come from? What are you even doing here? I'm making a town! I love that answer. Well, I'll be! You're fixing up the town to bring in more Pokemon. That sure sounds like a fun undertaking, it does. I love big, tall buildings, see? I spend my time collecting junk from here and there, and trying to assemble it all into something interesting. Like this tower here. I built this whole thing, believe it or not. It's why I call myself the Tink Master, period! Tink Master! A Tinkaton that is particularly skilled with its hands, allowing it to make good use of other tools in addition to its hammer. It is very curious about buildings and machines made by humans. Alright. Well, could I ask you to give me a hand with something while you're at it, kid? I'm thinking it might even help with that town building you've got going on. What do you need? Also, that's Silphco, by the way. I need you to bring me 6 bricks of concrete. Do you think you can manage that? See, I need all that stuff to fix the lift. The islands of this town look like they all used to be connected by lifts. I figure we could use them to come and go as we please if they weren't all broken down, that is. So I was thinking, if the lifts are all busted, the obvious thing to do is fix them up, make them usable. Turns out though, I need concrete for that, and I got no clue how to make it. Okay, Bet old Conkeldurr knows how to make it. If you find Conkeldurr kicking around somewhere, could you ask him to whip up some concrete for me? Okay. Just so you know, I bet Conkeldurr's hanging out somewhere like this. Okay. Okay, I did have this unlocked already. I almost forgot. You need limestone to make concrete. You'll be able to find a bunch right around here. Might not be a bad idea to gather some before you head out. Okay. Sounds good. I'm gonna check out your little spot. Let's steal your stuff. Scrap cube. I'm gonna go for this, like, Mad Max, like... Oh! Sort of like Junkyard Warehouse City. In the sky, by the way. Office cabinet. Oh, there's a waterfall here. Okay, okay. Oh, the train! Do you think we can add a train here? Guys? Pokemon gym? What gym is this? Papers! I found papers! I found more papers! Wait, I need these papers for Team Rocket. Where's this water coming from? Oh, just in there. Oh, it's still coming out of there, huh? Well, we fixed the leak. It is all Pokemetal, by the way. Rare Pokemetal. Oh, there's a way up this way. Hi, LB! How are you? Welcome in. Make sure you get your check-in, friend. Anybody who hasn't checked in, make sure you get your check-in. Rack those check-in points up. What gym is this? Sabrina said sight on big screen. Is this Sabrina's gym? Interesting. Psychic Master outfit. That doesn't... I don't even remember what... No, change back into my sailor. I like the sailor fit. Okay. We're up somewhere. Oh, a tea set. Okay, there's definitely Poltegeist, right? I stopped by GameStop with my mom to check out some games. Oh my god, were you? Dude. Totally get it. Totally get it. Yes, W, check in. LB, it's so good to see you. I'm so happy you're here. Oh. A farm. Look at these blue ones. I love these flowers. What builds can I come for that Switch to? No, literally, they will arrive soon. Who's they? Let's steal all this. I'm stealing all of this. Laptop? Stealing a laptop. I think I'm on a different island. Yeah, I literally... Oh no. Is this the same island? Yeah, it's the same island. I just came up this way, I guess. But maybe after tax season. Are you buying that for your nephew? Gardevoir! What? Gardevoir, hi! You're a magnificent creature. Why, hello there. I sensed a visitor, but I wasn't expecting one as adorable as you. We love Gardevoir! Oh, you're building towns with the help of other Pokemon and the hope that humans may return someday? What a wonderful sentiment. You'll find this island is filled with furniture and other items left behind by humans. Feel free to take them. They might be of use to you. Girl, you do not have to tell me twice. I have already been stealing. What's that over there? Oh, is that more of Silph? You know, I sense something within you. A strange, mystical power. Actually, would you mind accompanying me for a while? I'd like to show you an interesting spot on the island. I have a feeling you might find it useful. It's right this way. Gardevoir! Oh, not stealing. We have been Ryan, where have you been? Allie has been making fun of me for stealing this whole time. I'm sorry, Gardevoir. Oh, I don't want to do this yet. Look at all this stuff I want to pick up. Alright, girl. Go on another side quest. This game should be called Side Quests. Because all I do is go on side quests. I was just in here. 6 nephews. If I buy one, I'd have to buy 6. Yeah. What? Gardevoir is taking me to the police station. Like, literally arresting me. And we're back in the gym. Was she Sabrina's? There's a cave beneath this building that has piqued my interest. I sense a powerful aura coming from deep within. I've been hesitant to venture in by myself. Would you be willing to explore it with me? Let's fucking go, girl. I was just in here, but if there's more to this cave. When I spotted this cave earlier, I was unable to get past the entrance due to the flooding. If that is still the case, first we'll need to block off the source of water. Sure. Let's be on our way then. I'm just imagining that Pink Panthers video. Actually, girl, we're going back this way. Before our cave adventure, let's go and get all that stuff you made me. Is it here? Oh, it's down here. A radio! You found a trace of a Pokemon. A Snivy? What? Okay, that's cute. Stealing. Gardevoir, don't mind me. These are all my possessions. Oh wait, no, you gave me permission. Fuck it, this is not stealing. She gave me permission to steal. Dear Douglas has been added to your human records. The price of vegetables has really gone up here in Viridian City since there's been so little rain this year. Are things okay where you are, Douglas? I hope all that electricity in your city is making life a little easier over there. Anyway, if you ever need help, just let me know and I'll send you some vegetables. Love, Mom. Aww. That's so sweet. What's this? A humidifier? That's fun. Okay, so I can build a bridge. Or a train, guys. Sky train incoming, by the way. Let's grab these wires. Daily Porygon 2 notes has been added to your human records. Companies involved in the space exploration industry are at each other's throats these days. I'm feeling the pain of it myself, as I've been put in charge of caring for some Porygon 2, meant for planetary exploration. It's a lot of work! Today, one of those 3 Porygon 2 seems unwell. I ordered a patch that sounded effective and applied it, so I hope it will feel better tomorrow. Oh, I love all this like lore, and I wish Pokemon games had more of that kind of stuff in it, like collectibles, so you could just get a sense of like the world and the time period and like where it all fits in the grand scheme of the game. As it stands, the main series games are very much like catch 'em. Observation notes has been added to your human records. The unknown ore discovered in my hometown's bedrock possesses the positive qualities of multiple existing ores. Perhaps it's not a single type of ore, but rather a mix of more than one. It would be a challenge to perform sufficient experimentation with just the sample I managed to bring here, but I sense some great potential. Okay, great. This is another gym? Oh no, there's another door. Okay, so there's another exit. Where does that door lead? Okay, we're back in the gym. Perfect. Grab this paper. Need to figure out how to make that paper. Okay, We're in the cave now, girl. Now what? Water is gone. Here you go. Look, Ditto! I'm certain those ore deposits are the source of the powerful aura I sense. Oh, so the rare metal. This is it! So that aura was coming from this Pokemetal fragment. This aura is quite rare, you know. Thank you for joining me on this adventure and indulging my curiosity. If you take some Pokemetal fragments with you, I'm certain you'll find use for them. Okay, girl up. I've already using these things. Those deposits of ore are known to be quite hard. I doubt you'd manage to. Okay, yeah, I have to eat my burger. Yeah. Oh, LOL. Oh, you want me to break them. So let me eat that steak. I love how they just provided a steak. Something fell from the sky? Oh, break it all. Guys, I really want to find Cyndaquil. Look at you. I should have known you'd have no trouble. Aw. Okay, cool. Thank you, Gardevoir. It was a tutorial, but Gardevoir, I met you. But where do you live? Follow me. Let's get you out of this cave, girl. Au revoir. Hop up here like I did, please. I literally put a path. Okay. More waste paper. I just want to know where you live so I can come back. It doesn't even say Gardevoir's habitat. She's just wandering around here. Like, where do I put her? Warning wall. I want to put you somewhere, girl, but I don't know where to put you. I like the music up here a lot. You think this will work? Nope. We'll put you over here. How do I get you across? Oh, there's more stuff. I'm just gonna bring her around, I guess. Ooh, another humidifier. Hacker's Confessions number 6. In order to escape the disaster, humanity would temporarily take refuge in space, while Pokemon would be safely stored in a computer system. This was the general overview of the plan, but no computer system will keep running forever. The Foundation plans to send a select few members back to the planet at regular intervals to perform ongoing maintenance. But for humanity to survive in space for any length of time, it would take a tremendous amount of energy. I calculated that even a slight deviation from the original plan would result in insufficient energy to return, leaving humankind stranded in space for dozens or even hundreds of years. If that happened, the essential system protecting the Pokemon would eventually cease to function. So I decided to add a little touch of my own to the system's programming. First, it will continuously check the weather data across the globe in search of environments that can prove even slightly habitable to Pokemon. Next, if maintenance is not performed for a long period of time, the system begins to approach its limits. It will release the Pokemon most suited to those environments. Okay, so that's what's happening. Of course, ideally humans would return someday and live alongside Pokemon once more. But on the off chance humanity never returns from space, I think releasing the Pokemon into a wild world rather than leaving them asleep in a computer would be a happier outcome. It may sound strange coming from the program's creator, but I hope it never has to run. Of course, because you don't want to be in space. That's so sad. This plot is just proving to get like sadder and sadder. Curly, can I put you in some grass? Here. Want to move in here? Yes, it will indeed. Have fun. I have places to visit. Mirror ball. Okay, another disco ball. Now I can fly, guys. This is so exciting. This is game changing, to be honest. I kind of live that she lives up here. Okay, let's go find Conkeldurr, right? That's our goal at the moment. What's that up there? There's more to explore on that side. There's also... Okay, this is a fish... Like, I know for a fact this is Silphco. There's more back there? Wait. There's so much to explore. Stylish has seeds. There's just so much to do. Let's explore over here since we haven't yet. Okay, water is running down here. Oh, interesting. Okay, it comes really far. Okay, wait, this is cool. So we're under, and there's stairs already. So we'll be able to access this somewhere like here. Look at that. Guys, we have to think of a train. Also, the train is already getting edited from the first world. So, here we are. But now that we can fly, things will change. We need to unlock Magnemite, and it'll be way easier for us to do all that too. So, I think we're just going to continue the story from what I've seen. Oh, is this an elevator? This is an elevator. Wait, should I? Where does this take me? Guys, this is so exciting. We've arrived. Poliwrath, what? Poliwrath, is it you? Time to train. Huh? You're a new face. What's your deal? Going around building towns and hoping more Pokemon will show up? Dang. That's super rad. But, you gonna be okay with those floppy noodle arms? No offense. I'll probably be okay. Probably doesn't exactly inspire confidence, pal. Alright, let me tell you about a real good training spot I know around here. I'll take you there now. Follow me. Conkeldurr. Okay, Poliwrath, now what? As you can tell, this spot's surrounded by super solid sand. And let me tell ya, punching this stuff with all your might is an equally solid workout. Of course, a single punch is all it takes for a powerhouse like me to pulverize that sand into dust. Don't worry, you'll get there someday. Until then, you ought to train here. Oh, and be sure to clean up after yourself. No leaving a sandy mess for others, got it? That's just common decency. It might take a few decades, but if you manage to bring me 6 blocks of ordinary sand, someday I'll be impressed. Sure, you can't use sand for anything, but you can throw it away. That's just common sense. Actually, you can use sand by melting it down to make glass. Yeah, I learned that. And volcanic ash, like all the sands. Alright, girl, you want to test me? Ooh, fluff. Ooh, what's in here? Green candle. I love how the challenge is clean this up so you can unlock more of the worlds. Easy. He thought I couldn't. He thought I couldn't break the sand. Polyrath, you silly goose. I can roll right through the thing. He was like, you're not strong like me. And you just suck it all up. And that puts it in my pocket somehow. We just clean this up. I feel like I have a really dead cleaning face. I have to remember to like talk. Otherwise I'm just like meh. I'm gonna give him all the sand. You can have all of it. You thought I couldn't clean this up for you? I just wrecked the sand. Is there more underneath? Should I just break all of the bottom? There's more on the floor here. How far do you think it goes, guys? Oh, it's just one more layer. I need to switch to. Honestly, I think it's worth it, guys. It's worth it for family fun. It's worth it for... if you already own a Switch, all of those games can be played on here. Ronnie, welcome in. I hope you had a great Saturday. I missed the homies yesterday. Oh, Ronnie's here. Hey, you leave Ronnie alone. Unless... Okay, guys. He thought we couldn't break the sand. He said 6 years. Never. He said 6 years. Mr. Polyrath, there's no more sand left here. Sponsor this man. Please, please and thank you. I would love that. Polyrath. What? You already got 6 blocks of sand for real? Yeah, bro. I was sure it'd take at least a decade. He thinks I'm weak and wobbly and so squishy because I'm a ditto. But I guess you're more amazing than I give you credit for. And good on you for picking up after yourself. It's too bad sand's totally useless, huh? Apologies for the repetition. But there actually is a way to use sand. You can light a fire. Yeah, I need that though. Since you're clearly a genius. What's everybody up to today? Sorry to ask, but could you come with me first? I know it's up there. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to come up. If you can climb up to the top there, there's a dojo just a short walk away. Oh, a dojo's like, you know, a place where humans train and stuff. I love spending time there. Seems like there used to be an elevator running here, but it's totally busted now. If you're gonna build up this town so more Pokemon can live here, I'd love for them to come swim by the dojo. Fix it to... Okay, I'll give it a shot. Let's fix the elevator. Kevin talked about eating asada fries, so now I'm frying up fries to go with carne asada or mermaid. That sounds so good. Grinding on Fortnite in an escape room for XP? Oh my god, no way. Alright then, listen up. Guys, am I gonna play Fortnite today? Be honest. I would love to play Fortnite if people want to play. See how chunks of that ladder are missing? Yeah, that's a problem. So to start, could you fill in the missing spots and make sure the ladder's all connected? Once that's done, I'd like you to climb the ladder and check if there's still an elevator platform up there. To sum it up, the first steps to fixing the elevator is connecting the ladder and climbing up to see what the deal is. Damn, Polyrath! Like, I hope you just... I guess he just spawns there until I'm done with this challenge. Alright, we're not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna keep exploring. We have to get Conkeldurr. What if I just put this elevator over there? Carry me in Fortnite King? Oh my god, wait. Are we gonna do Fortnite instead of DVD after this? I'd be so down to play Fortnite. I played Fortnite once since the new season started. Guys, also, scaffoldings! Scaffoldings! Gotta finish the Chapel Rome pass before it's too late. Oh no. You got this, Ryan. I believe in you. Trust. Trust. Alright, so first step, let's get Conkeldurr. It's one of these. Cling Clang Iron Construction. Dinner table surprise. Ooh, Swalot. Absolute luxury. Ooh, that's Persian. I need to unlock this. I'm stuck in this one room, but happy I'm earning XP passively. I've never really, like, I know Ronnie likes to play a lot of the creative maps. I've never really, again, I just don't, I haven't gotten into them. Oh, wait, there, okay, I saw one of those somewhere. Where did I see one? Guys, flying is life-changing. I saw one of those somewhere. Already accessible. Now where did I... Oh, right here. I knew I saw one. Look, it's right here. Okay, and we need what? Nola's playing creative map right now. It's just a beach party. I love that. Scary maps and then I get stuck and I quit. Okay, but is she getting XP? Because it's so drop the code. I love that. The Michael Jackson map. There's a Michael Jackson map. Okay, 2 scaffolding and then pipes. So, of my 59 scaffolding, by the way, 2. And then some pipes that I stole from somewhere else. Look at Froakie, so cute! You've restored a construction site generator. Period. I think okay, so hear me out. I learned that we can move Pokemon Centers, so Pokemon Centers might be moved. But I think every plaza where the Pokemon Centers are, I'm going to... Okay, we should organize this area a little bit more, but every plaza where the Pokemon Center is will be more of like an oasis. And then the world will change, you know. You're just standing there, menacingly. Oh, I don't have any more leaves. That's new. I don't have any water. But I can make more hamburger meat. I also can't make hamburgers. Oh, interesting. I can't cook. Conkeldurr, show up. Actually, you know what we can do? Let's build this out a little. Let's get some habitats going. Let's get some... While we wait for the response. We're already on level 3, by the way. Of course. We'll totally build the Pokemon Center up. We have so many Pokemon. Rebuild the Pokemon Center. We unlocked the Pokemart. We unlocked the Pokemart. We unlocked the Pokemart. Where is it? It's a build. The Pokemon Center can be easily built. We have so much stuff in other places too. Are there any recipes we can learn? I think the recipes are a priority. Oh, these are all... No, that's... These are recipe... Pokemart! Yeah, I think we're gonna put a Pokemart in our wastelands. Or maybe a Pokemart in every town. D-Rack. Oh, we got this recipe too. Let's go. All these recipes. Oh, we even have this metal fencing. Wait, I kind of like this fencing. I want to use that. Oh, we have all of this? I wish I could multi-select. We're just gonna unlock all this. Asphalt. Oh, we got road. Oh, we got the whole thing. Let's go. Automatic doors. Guys, we should have bought this a long time ago. Skyline flowers. Potatoes? We haven't unlocked potatoes. That's new. Wait, potatoes are a new veggie. Okay, oh, Conkeldurr, let's go! He's already spawned. We're gonna build out some habitats here and house some people. Where's all the concrete gone? Used to stretch as far as the eye could see, but now it's plumb disappeared. I say this is a real pickle, but I suppose I just have to start spreading the word about concrete again. Start with you. Now listen up. Concrete's amazing. Why? You can make that stuff with it, or make stuff with it, or brandish it all weapon-like. I'll make a concrete convert out of you yet. Not the Jehovah's Witness of concrete. It is thought that Conkelder taught humans how to make concrete more than 2,000 years ago. Easy. 30 years of making concrete. What's that now? You want some concrete? That's a mighty fine thing to be wanting, youngin'. Definitely coming to the right Pokemon. There's just one little problem. If you want to make concrete, we're gonna need a concrete mixer. It's a machine you put limestone in. Oh, okay. So we have to make a... Yeah, okay, well, now I learned how to make it. So now I can make it. Well, I'll be. You're a dependable youngin'. If I ever saw one. Once you've made yourself a concrete mixer, set it up near the water. Let me know when you're done, you hear? Alright. Oh, and don't forget, have some limestone ready too. Okay. Allie, do you like that I gave him a voice? You know, I thought I'd have some fun with it. Pokemetal, concrete, and glass. Oh. Y'all are asking for a lot. So I actually have to get concrete made. Look at Dragonite, he's so sweet. And Flygon, obviously. Silent fries done. Period. Time to dog them bitches. Dog. I hope you enjoy them. That sounds fire. I had a ham, egg, and cheese sandwich for breakfast on a bagel. Throw them at me, Ronnie. Please, in my mouth. Now. What else do I need? Iron ingots? Okay. Alright, and this is when we travel. I don't have a house here, but and no Pokemon Center, but so I can't fast travel. But it's okay, because I'm just going to Rocky Ridges anyway. I think I have iron ingots waiting for me in the Magmar dungeon. Guys, now that we know how to fly, life's gonna just be better. Hey guys, bet you didn't think I could do this, huh? I'm flying. Okay, I do get a little lower. Look at the little party place. Oh wait, I still have these balloons, huh? Ay, mira que flyer, mira. I like that they all kind of live here. For now. They're fighting up there. Oh no, they're talking. Scared me. Let's get our little goodies. We get a lot of freebies that we don't have to pay for. Two bundles of wheat. Let's check these spawn points for any Pokemon. Rustling in the grass. Oh. Rustling in the grass. Oh! Look at Larvesta. We love Larvesta. Guys, once we unlock Magnemite, this whole cleanup process will feel a lot better. Oh, let me eat some wheat, I guess. Alright, nobody else has spawned. Splat! Alright, time to go. Get some iron ingots, get some stuff made. That is so cute. I know. So this is I just completed the railway that they had in the game. Oh, that they had in the game. Whee! I want to ride. Wait, you see nothing yet, LB. Here, I need to grab these. I built a better roller coaster in my first world, but we're gonna build this one. Is gonna have the most elaborate roller coaster because I'm gonna make this like a, you know, railway mine city, sort of like think of Wario's gold mine in Mario Kart. It's gonna be one huge mine like town. Like that's what I want. So we're gonna come up with a plan for that, but eventually that's what it will be. That's so cool. You built that? Yeah, so like that railway was already kind of like pre-placed. You just had to like complete it and put the railings in. But I'll show you which one I built in a second. I just want to build this thing first before I forget. Nice, concrete mister done. All right, we're gonna go. I'm gonna show you the railway I actually built. We'll fast travel. I want to buy this so bad. It's just like the best game. Is there a Pokemon we want to bring to Skylands? Honestly, no. We arrived home. So I built this train from scratch. Oh my god, where are the carts? I'm glad you came to visit. Well, thanks. I'm glad I came to visit too. Iron enclosure? I'd love to have this. It's just the one. It's just the one, by the way. One section of iron enclosure, by the way. Where did my carts? Why do I always leave my carts like randomly in different places? You have a favorite Pokemon? Yeah, my favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil or Umbreon, who's on my list. Those are my favorite Pokemon, which I can get them both here. But why? Like, where did I leave these train cards? I built this train from scratch, but it will be edited. I've already come up with better ideas for it, so I'm just happy the framework is here. Like, damn, where did I put them? Where did I put them? Oh, I forgot I could fly. Wow, they're right here this whole time. Okay. So this is going to be one train stop to the Pokemon Center. You come up this way. You get this huge view. Train car is missing. Yeah, I know, literally, but I found it. And this is the view. We built this literally from scratch. Once we unlocked the rail carts, I was like, oh, I'm building a train. We spent like 3 days building this. Here's my house. And then we're back in the sanctuary. Pokemon Sanctuary. And I built all this. I built all this out. I'm so proud of it. Like Bomba, no, literally, it's so good. I'm jealous. Like, look at it. You're so creative. It took so long for me to get this done, but I was happy. Okay. So the goal eventually is to make it a bigger train system. So I'm breaking right now this wall. That's right. I'm breaking this wall that's ahead of me right now. This cave wall down, and then we're gonna expand the train up this way, I think. And instead of having it stop in front of this, I'm gonna have the train connect over here instead. On this side of the cliff. You see how there's like a little environment up there too? It's so good. I'm so glad you guys like it. I worked so hard on it too. But because I was working on that, I like didn't get far in the story at all. I see the vision. I'm so happy you see it. Okay, cool. That's what we're here for. But once we unlock all of our powers, it'll be way easier to do all that. So I'm just excited to do more of that on stream. Because right now I like doing the story with you guys, because you can watch my progress and all that jazz. There was a gold right there. Guys, I can fly. It changes everything. Oh! Guys, I don't know how to fly yet. I just learned. I just got my wings. Oh, Charmeleon's out. Charmeleon's never out. Oh, did he just despawn? He literally just despawned before my eyes. As I was just saying, he's never outside. It's because this area is pretty wet. Maybe Charmeleon and Charmander need to go. Oh, look at all them. Oh, okay, let's put our box somewhere because I accidentally removed his home. Follow me. Like, maybe it rains too much over here. Here, let's put her in this field of flowers. What else do we need here? Oh, ingots. Okay, we need to grab more ingredients for that thing. Glass and ingots, which I already have so much of, so I'm just gonna grab them instead of trying to make more. Where's my glass? Hey, do I not have a glass in here? I thought I had glass. Like, in tons of different... All my stuff is a little disorganized at the moment because I keep just moving on the worlds. I got potatoes. I could have sworn I had glass. Oh yeah, we got rid of everybody in here except for Drillbur and Excadrill, who never come out, which is why I want to move them. Like, I want to close this all off since they never came out. Because the new cave I built is kind of here. It's kind of this enclosed area. But we never see Charmander and Charmeleon, so I think I'm going to just put Drillbur and Excadrill there and move Charmander and Charmeleon to the mountains. Once that's, like, figured, all sorted. Let's make so much glass, guys. Oh, Charmander, hi! Oh, Charmeleon's right there. He didn't despawn. Well, I guess maybe he spawned back. We're coming back up here to grab our cart. Otherwise, we'll lose it again. I'm just gonna put it right in front of my house. Okay, so maybe I have glass in my other homes, because I definitely have glass already made. You've arrived home. Oh, this big neglect. Big neglect in this island. It's so cold. Why is it cold? Okay, but you know how you're in charge of all this fire? Like, you could put this all on. Like, oh? So serious. Like, sir, you could have lit this all on fire. He's complaining about there being no fire. Whole time, he's the reason the fire's not on. But you could have turned it on any time. I saw a video where somebody made a huge ass build here, so I think that's the plan. The plan is to make a big one. Once I can. Potato? Or Pecha Berry. Should I buy this Pecha Berry? I think I have Pecha Tree. Thanks. Let's buy the gold ore. Only 500. Oh, is this a pillow? Simple cushion. Easy. Oh, thanks. Okay, got everything. Let's look for glass, like I said. Glass, but ingots. Maybe I'll take those ingots. Glass. Figures. Good stuff I can take. The glass must be in that on my mountains. But there's no glass to be found anywhere. Okay. Rocky ridges. Made it to Rocky Ridges. Thank you, thank you. Hi Blastoise, good night. Let's go. I beat the escape room. Oh my god, how'd that go? Is that a camera? Wait, I want this. Okay, let's buy this too. How much XP did you get though? Yeah. Was it in the thousands? Tens of thousands? Laser sensor recipe. Lantern recipe. Let's buy all these recipes, guys. Brain hurts. Won't be using it again for the rest of the year. Oh, period. We love that. Put that brain to sleep. Okay, 250. Nice. Never know how much. This is like the first time ever I don't have coins. There has to be glass in here, right? Oh wait, is this not my main one? Did I put it over here? There's my glass. Look, and we have more ingots. Okay, now we can go back over there and build our thing. Guys, I really want to find Cyndaquil so bad. I would be down to play Fortnite, low-key. After I'm done here. I feel like DVD and Fortnite right now are probably a lot of fun. Not the punches being over 300 miles per hour. Did you guys read that? Alright, guys. I think this might be my favorite world. I hope everything is alright. With who? Is there another where else is this one? Oh, maybe I could build it here. Cyber flooring. Oh, I get a lot of. I actually get a lot. Hello, hello. Hi. Oh, the tube has to be facing the water? Okay. I can't break that? What? Oh, I don't have any limestone, but I didn't grab it. But let me put all those. Ooh, honey. Let's put this here. We just don't have, okay, gold ingots. Ho ho, it's whose team? Oh, the grooming was so cute. Wow, you're really working hard on this challenge, Ditto. Can I ask you to Okay, great. So let's harvest some potatoes, some flowers. Oh, Swablu drops fluff. Interesting. I don't have any limestone on me. Let's drop some of this stuff. Actually, we can start. I don't. Oh, Vulpix is here. Wait, we do have a fire too. Right by her. All the flowers. I know. Hey, Vulpix, where'd you go, buddy? This is your new job. I feel like my home could use some improvements. Alright, girl, well, do I have the improvement for you? A job. Let's go. I'll work on that. Thanks. What are you trapping? That was funny. There's a lot of decorations I have. And not a lot of other stuff. I wish I had my fencing. Here, let's drop some stuff off so we can. No, I want to build a windmill here. Let's here. I can build my house out, I guess. Where's the Pokemon Center gonna be? My house can be here. Johnny, how are your fries? Ooh. Yeah, I think I want my house here. I'll just put fences in a bed. Let's just decorate it now, I guess. We're gonna make a bench. Very cutesy. I know I don't have any fencing, but I can put some stuff around for everybody. We'll make this the farm that she wants. We'll make this a home. Put some stuff down here. And right now, I have to think of these as all placeholders. Because, like, obviously things are gonna change. Ooh, the green lamp is cute. They were so good, but I fear no, not the tummy hurts. Get some water, lay down, take an antacid. Let's kill this. Just tilling. Look at my little butt shaking. Oh, I can't tell that. Okay. Do I have any food in here that I dropped off? Yes, I do. Hi, what's up, Lucas? Yes, I am today. We're gonna switch over to PvP unless people want to play Fortnite. I'll be down. I just don't want to play Fortnite alone. Look how cute and cozy. I am cozy. I got my Brion. All that water came from a pipe. How are you doing, Lucas? I saw you were playing this. Was it yesterday? Echo. Hello. Honestly, I'm doing good today. I had a long night last night, but I had a lot of fun, so it was worth the long night. But what it really was. I'm playing this every day. Look, how great is it? Oh, I drank the water. Whoops. Guess there's no more water. Oh wait, no. I think it's supposed to connect over here. Something's blocking. I think that pipe is supposed to connect. Maybe? Have you been enjoying yourself, Lucas, playing this? Because I have. Or played a game called We Gotta Go. Running around trying to find a key to the bathroom while you're literally getting the shit scared out of you. I'm dead. And if you're lucky, it's just farts. Oh my god, that sounds hilarious. Okay, let's make little sections. We have 15. So we'll do a 3x5. 2. 3. 2. 3. You thought you'd enjoy it even more? Oh, interesting. I kind of understand what you mean. I guess I see where you're coming from. Like, there's some stuff about it that you thought you would enjoy more of. Here, follow me. I want you to do what you gotta do. No, actually, wait. What did you need again? Oh yeah. Look at him go! It's kind of lacking, maybe because it's more Minecraft coded or something. Yeah, I think because it's, and hear me out, I really think the public is doing a bad job of comparing this to Animal Crossing. Because I don't think it's like Animal Crossing at all. Trying to fight everything and anxiety is like, no, just like, to me, it doesn't feel like Animal Crossing at all. It definitely doesn't. It feels like a different kind of game. You know what I mean? Did it. Completed the requests. I need to get limestone, and I need... Oh, look, she's done with this. So, we can put that down. Let's make some more glass. Hell yeah. Vulpix, have fun. I don't think it's a lot like... I thought it was going to be a lot like Animal Crossing 2, but I don't find it to be like that. It's very sandbox. Yeah. I completely understand and agree with you. Lucas, like, I totally see that. And, I think I prefer the open world nature of this, like the ability to like manipulate and transform the world how I please. Where I think Animal Crossing has its limitations when it comes to constructing and transforming. But I do wish I was given more like direction in terms of like complete this to finish this, you know. I wish that maybe I would, like in Animal Crossing, you're done when you've completed like the housing, the fencing, decorated the house, and like, I've got your rank up. Like, I wish that it would say like, okay, I want you to build 3 houses over here in this area. as part of your beautification. It's not really requiring me to build anything. It's just telling me, okay, do this. Daily check recipes. Exactly, exactly. There's not a lot of daily checks for this except for the shop, you know. And I guess going to like the Driftloon Island is a daily check, but that's like farming, you know. It's not like that's only one thing. Limestone and fencing. So let's go to where did I put the line? Let's just go here first. Because I think this is my home base. Like, yes. Yeah. I completely understand that. I spent so much time doing whatever I wanted, and I lost the plot. So I need to go back to the plot because in order to do more of the stuff I want to do, I just need to unlock the story. So I think we're just gonna get through the plot and get all the HMs we need, and then have the fun building stuff afterwards. And I think I just need to compartmentalize that so I can get through it. We're looking for limestone, guys. I think it's in here. Limestone. Limestone. 99 limestone. Okay, so we can make concrete and then fencing, which is also here. Like wooden fencing just for now, wooden posts, kind of fencing. Why you gotta call me out like this? Wait. Oh, yo, the only thing that's like Animal Crossing is that everyone ran out and bought it during COVID to avoid it. Ali, I completely missed that message, but that's completely right. It's like we're all having avoidance issues, and so we're just going out to buy it to have it. And to avoid thinking about what's going on in the real world. I think that's it. I haven't touched it in years. I'm dead. The Animal Crossing Switch is so cute though. I vouch. Worth in my opinion. I guess we can make another kitchen. Oh, see, here's glass. One piece of glass. Oh, we should take some lumber with us as well. How did you attack the game in the sense of gates, etc.? Did you go everywhere instantly? Because I just got started at Bleak Beach, and I know I can go to other gates, but I just don't know if I should, because I can get overwhelmed. Okay, so I tackled it world by world, so I kind of spent my time here and excavated, and once I got bored, once I was like, alright, if all I'm doing right here is spawning Pokemon, I've already done all my tutorials, then I'm going to move on to another one. I did go to Bleak Beach next. But I wouldn't recommend spending too much time in Bleak Beach. Like I think you should get through the story and all the tutorials. And then if you're ready to like start building stuff out, once you've unlocked more of your abilities, then you can move on. Start improving the because it does get monotonous and it does get hard until you curiosity is killing me with the other gates. I'm like, do I get more items there? Yeah, like you unlock more stuff, but each world has its own thing to unlock. So Bleak Beach, you're unlocking the light. Like the whole story is about the light. In the other Rocky Ridges, The whole story there is just about breaking and building things and like moving stuff. So I would say finish your light stuff and then move on to the other place. Like don't spend a lot of time building out the beach area until you've moved on. Like maybe spawn some Pokemon, make some homes, but don't like terrain manipulate. You know what I mean? How's your weekend been, Justin? My weekend has been honestly so good. I went out a lot this weekend, which was like a lot of fun. And it was a good distraction from how anxious and stressed I've been. And stream has been fun. Like I'm glad to stream on the weekends. Like I like hanging out with everybody on the weekends. I make myself. I forgot what I was gonna make here. But that's my recommendation, Lucas. Finish the Big B story now. I did the Snorlax thing and I'm building a Pokemon Center. Finish it. So I would say let that Pokemon Center be built and go around and make some homes, like fenced in homes and habitats, spawn some more Pokemon, and then you just move on to the next place. And I think you don't need to spend a lot of time terraforming. If that's not your tea. Like just keep doing the quests because to me the quests were a lot of fun. And every Pokemon has their own tutorial. So like Bleak Beach, like you know, you get another ability at Bleak Beach, but you need to go and progress in the story more to unlock that ability. So you just keep going back and forth. If you get what I'm saying. You do you, baby boo. I mean, I struggle because like I, want to feel like I deserve to go outside and like spend time outside. Thanks for the advice. I think, yeah, I'm glad to give it, and I'm glad you're taking it, and I'm glad you asked because I have a lot of opinions about this game that are, I think people would otherwise see as like hating on the game, and I don't hate on it. But I think people like immediately comparing it to like other games without actually playing the game through and like really thinking about what the games are asking, I think was a detriment to people who want to play this game and spend them. Because there are like Animal Crossing aspects to this game. Like it does, some of it does feel like Animal Crossing, but there's a lot that doesn't, and I think it's very misleading. That looks fine there. I think I'm gonna break this out. I'm not hitting that. No, not hitting that. That's such a pet peeve that I'm not hitting that. I feel like I'm not hitting that thing. Like what? Be so serious. I wanted to create more of a bridge here, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. I want to remove this stuff actually. Like this is not doing what I thought it was gonna do. So I might just put the bird perches here. Look at Vespiquen, so cute. Hi. I'm gonna put the bird perches here. Oh, this is a better place. About not being worthy? Oh, Just like sometimes I feel like I need to like feel like, oh, I deserve to go out. I deserve to go out and like have to spend money, or experience something. And so I went out like this weekend and I spent some money, and I realized I should just go and have fun and not like overthink whether or not I should be having this fun. See how we get distracted like this? Like, I feel like this is enough fun to do. Go around and clean up, get your little items. Oh, only 6 have been made. Charmeleon, have fun. We're gonna move Drifloon, low-key. Girl, go have fun. We don't know how... Yeah, exactly. I think that's part of it too, you know, like, oh, I mean, I should just go have fun because, like, I wouldn't go do it otherwise, like, thing. And I'm happy I did. I'm happy I did go out. Like, I don't feel that bad about it. I think it's more like the principle. Okay. I think this is all we can do here, or we need to do here. We can move on. I have my limestone. We can move back to the sky zone, but I don't have a house there yet, so let's go do that. I think we can do that, and then maybe we can switch games. Get some DBD open lobbies. I think that'd be fun. I haven't played DBD all weekend, really. I mean, I played yesterday. Yesterday's games were really hard. Yeah, I don't think I want to bring anybody to the Woodlands just yet, or Skylands just yet. Where friends are like, you really are gonna buy that for yourself? And I'm like, yes, bitch, I deserve that. I love that. See, I used to have that energy. And I don't know what happened. I just don't feel that way anymore, but I love that. I love that energy. It's like, no, this is my money. Like, it's my life. I want to do this thing. I live. I love that. I love the music in this area. Oh, let's go unlock that too. Okay, cool. Put some limestone in there. Let's just put all that limestone in there. Why not? Let's see. Let's see how he gets in there. Nice. Let's go. Let's build our homes. We forgot to carry lumber with us. Oops. Did I not bring any doors with me? I guess not. Then we're putting another home here. Easy, easy. Oops. Alright, we need to make 2 doors. I don't think I have any lumber. Oh, I do have lumber. Let's make our doors. One. It doesn't count as a building because of these boxes. Boo. Boo. That should count as a home. I don't have any of my beds with me. I agree. I know. Everyone here makes fun of me because everyone lives in pens. It's kind of dark here. Can you be serious? It's bright and shiny out. Like, what are we talking about? Who do I want to live with me? I want... Honestly, Dragonite can stay up there. I kind of like him flying up there. I want all the... Oh, I want the kiddos to live with me. Look, Vulpix. Sprigatito. Follow me. Follow me. Get the little guys with me. Oh, I want Giraffe Rig to live with me too. Want to move in here? Yeah, go ahead. There is one thing and what's that? What is it? What is it? Oh, I do have my flags. Okay, wait. Oh, Ditto flag, where are you? Oh. Yay, now we can return home. We can fit one more person in here. Should we get Greninja in here? Oh, Froakie, obviously. Hello. Gardevoir's in the game! Well, Lucas, do you want to see something? Do you want to see something crazy, funky, cool? Oh, look at them napping up here. Let's... If you have Gardevoir, I'm following. Why? Why wouldn't you be happy that I have met one of your favorite Pokemon? Come on. Cause I want her first. You honestly don't get her until the end. Like, not the end, but like in the fourth world. Look at her up there. I just want to introduce you. If you come visit, wait, low key. If you come visit my island, you can talk to her and request her to come visit, and then you can make her habitat. I can open up my gates. Oh, water's supposed to flow here, I see. So many comp battles. Oh, we love Gardevoir. Okay, comp battles. Let me find out. Here. Oh. Now we have electricity here. Holy shit. Wait. Now electricity works. Where does this lead? So right here. I want to go up there. Like, look at this. This is so cute. The environment level increased. Oh, I got 10 iron ladders. That's interesting because I need those for my missions. I guess also here too. Gardevoir is honestly iconic. We love Gardevoir. Oh, the wool. We can burn this wool, the fluff. Now we have electricity, guys. I hate how people love her purely because of sexual reasons. And I'm like, I bond with the girl winning every comp match. No, I mean, she was iconic in Emerald, you know? Vulpix, I'm not sure I asked you to stop working. I'm just kidding. Follow me. I need that glass, Vulpix. Actually, wait, do I have gold? It took Vulpix too long to come. Goodbye. We're already at level 4. That's insane. Oh, locker, newspaper. Whoa, what's that? Newspaper. Pages filled with small, tightly packed letters. What could be written here? Yeah, because they can't read. They can't read words. Let's get another magazine. Why not? We have so many of these. Something else unlocked that I hadn't previously. Is this recipe? This metallic smelting furnace recipe. Oh, let's do that. Oh, I don't have enough. Follow me. We're gonna put you in that other house. Oh, Dratini. We'll put Dratini. Honestly, Dratini can live up there. Where's Swablu? Oh, right there. Follow me. I want you all to live here. See? I'm so generous. Now they have homes. They're pens. Now they have homes. Like, Froakie, you do not fit on that bed. Oh, not the stool. No, I wanted to make beds. Yeah, go get yourself some food, Lucas. Thanks for hanging out so much. We're gonna switch over soon too, so you'll get some other gameplay while you eat. I hope we make something tasty like Ronnie. Ronnie made masala fries, which icon. One hammock, no problem. We love new friends. Oh, community boxes. Oh, bed with a plush. That counts as a bed with plush? That's so interesting. What else can we put around? Oh, I guess lights. Wait, do I have a table? Little alarm clock. This house full? We can put one more person in here. Maybe we'll put Conkelder in there. We want to move this. I don't have any gold, right? I don't think so. Oh, I do have five gold ore. Vulpix, come here. Have fun. Let's put a hammock up here. I love decorating their little areas. Oh, there's a kitchen up here. I love how that's cooking. It's so funny. We have power now here. Okay, this is clearly a staircase up here that I can rebuild. Can we at least get the Pokemon Center started before we move on? I think that's the goal. What do I need? Oh, the gold and the concrete stuff. I don't even know if gold is being made anywhere else that I can check on. We haven't gone down here yet. Oh, there's a Raichu sign. Oh, it's another door. So there's two doors here. It works. We can move on. We opened the gate. Okay, but what gate is this? Bleak Beach? Where is this gate? Wait! We've connected them all. I know! Alley White? Bleak Beach? What do you mean? Now how do we get back here? Oh! I see. This side that we haven't uncovered yet is the big. Aww, that's so cute. The Executor. Okay, so we do have to clean this. It's still sad to see all these like houses destroyed. So. Oh, so close. I think this is the edge of this map. Yeah, look at that. It's getting cloudy. Hi, you guys. Aw, look at Marie. So this whole area is gonna change, guys, by the way. Into like a Port Town Oasis. I saw a build on TikTok, on YouTube. And so I think I'm gonna try to emulate it. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Oh, look, a magical item. Fluffy flooring. Love to see it. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like the vision, Allie. Gotta feed moth slacks. Lovely. Great. We have so many things to figure out with this area. I know, I've just gotten so used to those things blowing up that I just didn't even flinch. I was like, oh, gotta wet it. Let's see if I have any gold ingots here that I can bring. So, anyways, I have to figure out a way to connect the worlds. Skylands is gonna be however many islands, like floating islands there are, they're gonna be different roller coasters on either island. I think that's gonna be the vibe, and the train stations are gonna be where those connectors are, so you can just get to the island from the roller coaster. Hello. Oh, copper, gold. I'm carrying too much stuff. How about now? Still carrying too much stuff here. Oh, I only found 2 papers. There has to be more papers somewhere. Like, how do I make this? Hobby papers. Does that count? Like, I don't have time for that right now. I just want to get the Pokemon Center started so that it'll be ready tomorrow. You know what I mean? Let's grab the train and see what they've worked on. Guys, did I not leave the train right here? So that I wouldn't lose it? Or am I crazy? Oh, Charmander's actually here. You never see Charmander anymore. Oh, it's glass here. I think we had Magmar working on golds. And I mean, Conkeldurr is working on the concrete. I scared Psyduck. See, that's so cute. Oh, whoops. Like, sir, this is a railroad. So yeah, once we get this Pokemon Center started, we'll switch over to DVD, I think. Get the blood pumping for the end of the stream. And do some open lobbies. She's still working and twerking. Oh my god, I'm not trying to do that. Put you back to work. Sorry. Ooh, I'm learning a new recipe. Concrete pipe. Ooh, interesting. I think this is enough concrete for the Pokemon Center. Yep. Yup. 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 And let's start. Okay, let's start bringing folks over. Giraffarig and Sprigatito. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Easy. Flygon and Vulpix. Vulpix is working right now. Where did Flygon go? Flygon was just over here. Oh, there you go. We can stop Conkeldurr now. Star! How are you, Icon? How are you, Icon? How are you? We're about to do open lobbies after I get this Pokemon Center situated. Follow me. We made concrete. Once the Pokemon Center's ingredients are all in and they start building the Pokemon Center, we're going to switch to DVD. Get some open lobbies in with friends. To end the weekend, you know? Come here, Conkeldurr. How fast is he? And now we just need these. We need the gold ingots to be done. Oh, we're not gonna have enough. We need to find our gold. All right. Put some stuff away. Just put all our building blocks in here, because why not? I'm good, just eating some dinner. Get back to work? Oh no, are you working today? I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad you're eating some food before you go work. Glad you chose to come in and say hi before you go back to work. I'm sorry you had to work today. That's so tough. Okay, we need to bring those ladders to Poliwrath. We need to find our gold. I could have sworn we had way more gold than we did, but... What does Pupitar want? Oh, they're talking. Let's go to Poliwrath real quick. I know, I just keep... Oh my god, yes! Manifesting May. We're so close to May, friends. You got this. I believe in you. What do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking, Star? That's got you busy on a Sunday. Oh, Poliwrath. I have a ladder for you. He said the dojo was up here. Now who lied? realtors. Okay, nice, nice. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. I can see why you could be busy on a Sunday trying to get some projects done. Hey, can you hear me? Looks like you made it up. I know, I know. And you see a machine hooked up to the ladder? Should be a big silver thing. Yep, I see one. Elevator platform. All you gotta do is put another one of those down here, and bam, it's elevator time. Which brings us to step 2. Come back down here first. Alright, time for the next step to fix an elevator. That's right, you guessed it. Gotta make another platform. You gotta teach me how. I've got no clue how to make something. Now what? Alakazam! Go find Alakazam and ask him how to make an elevator platform. Oh my god. Surging psychic power. I do have a cushion. But I don't have a crystal ball. What do you think that crystal ball at Alakazam's place is made of? Maybe glass? Oh, and now I can make a crystal ball. Let's go. Guys, it's like we answer our own questions. Yeah, but we also, why? I'm so interesting. That's so interesting that like the tutorials literally tell you can make glass out of sand, and the whole time all these Pokemon are like, maybe you can look through a shattered window. But this is where the dojo was. Here it is, hidden under the ground. Black Belt Weekly. Osu, the Fighting Fists and Feet is a new karate dojo now open for business. Beginners, welcome to join. Pokemon, welcome to attend. Everyone who signs up this month will receive a free Karate G as part of our welcome giveaway. Punch like Hitmonchan, kick like Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee, to join, just call the number below and... Yes! Black Belt outfit! Okay, I'm gonna keep this on for a while, low-key. Yeah. I kinda look cute. Oh, another punching bag, just what we needed. Little dividers. This is so funny. This is a huge callback to the original games. I'm gonna move these into their dojo that's in my main village. Because that's what we were gonna do anyways, create that dojo there. Make sure there isn't anything else to steal. Because what we've learned so far is that stealing is what? Fundamental! Oh. Be serious. Be serious. Be serious. Where does that water lead to? Okay, there's water behind this. Good to know, good to know. Whee! Oh, he had one here. I'm just gonna steal that. And this cushion. Let me make a crystal ball. Oh, I don't have glass. Oops. Glass is over here. Interesting. That calls the elevator. What's that over there? Someone spawned in that. Wait. Oh! Altaria! Let's go! Oh, nice to meet you, dear. I'm just tickled pink to see you. That's so funny. Aww, so sweet. On sunny days, it flies freely through the sky and blends into the clouds. It sings in a beautiful soprano. Let's go! So cute. Ooh, we earned a new recipe. For the fan! Okay. There's stuff over here. We haven't explored this yet. There's still so much over here. Let's steal that. Steal that. What's this artifact? I don't have enough PP. Oh, I have to... Oh, that's so cool. Pop art chair. Oh, there's an artifact there. Skull fossil. We have so many of those. Message from the Game Corner. We've recently received reports of suspicious-looking characters spotted around our facility, and some customers have expressed that they feel frightened or unsafe playing here. Our customers' peace of mind is of the utmost importance to us, so we've increased security protocols on the premises. Is that the Team Rocket? Let's go! We just got 2 outfits in a row. Yeah, I want to stay transformed like this. So this is the Team Rocket hideout. 5 gold ingots, look at that. Work smarter, not harder for the ingots. And here's the Game Corner. I found a train passage. We might put the train through here. Iron ingots. Okay, but give me the gold. Ugh. It's just so pretty up here. Okay, waterfall up here, big waterfall. But no collectibles, by the way. There's so much, like, okay, but that's still Silpho. Oh, and that's where we started. Okay, cool. I was so disoriented for a second. So that's the lap. That's the lap. Pokemon there. Good to know. There's one over here too. More gold. Oh my god, incredible. I think this is enough to get the Pokemon Center started. Let's look, all done with these. I think that's literally 15. Hi, Vulpix, thank you. Alright, time to get the Pokemon Center started. Start rebuilding. Let's go! It'll be done tomorrow. Easy. Alright, y'all. That's it on Pokemon. We're going to take a quick break. Put some Words with Friends on. Be about 5 minutes, and then we'll get DVD started. Got our home up here. I'm excited about this new area. I think my brother also kind of convinced me it's like the best of the places. So, really exciting stuff, my friend. Let's get Words with Friends up here. Let's switch over our game. And let's take a quick break. Not Words with Friends. Words on the stream. Words with Friends. So all right, BRB, guys. BRB. Okay, you guys. We are gonna get started on DVD. Let's make some friends. Open lobbies if anybody wants to play. We're already in a match. Wow. I'm your mom. Are you?
Have you ever had a Krispy Kreme?
Have
you
you
ever gone to Krispy
Yeah.
Kreme? Was it
Have you
crispy?
started? Was it crispy?
No.
Yeah, right, right.
Welcome back, Star. I hope your dinner was good. Are you at least working from home today, or do you have like an office space to go to?
Okay, let's try to stick
Nice. Oh. Guys, I just spawned. Guys, I just spawned.
Hope that hook isn't rusted.
But Billy does have a good ass time in these pants. Who said that? But like Billy, sir, we just started the match. Oh, bringing him to me is not cute. He's gonna come right to me. Oh! Oh! Guys, I'm scared! Oh my god. Oh, big whiff! Big whiff from the dude. Oh my god, hell yes. Oh my god, he left me for Nia. Was it a Nia? No, it's not Nia. See you. Yes, come play GameStar. We'll be here. I'll make sure I'm live for two more hours at least, just to get games in with you. All right, I need to heal after that. He doesn't even know. I'm sorry, I haven't done anything this match, but run away. Here, I'm gonna leave this here. I want to get games with you, Star, so we'll be here for sure. Your girl needs a break. How long have you been working today? It's my mom! Straight through it, just took a break. 5 hours? But just think how much you got done in 5 hours. It's incredible. Good job, guys. Where's that Jen? No. Panther Snake, please. What? Why did that happen? Easy, easy. Where is he being carried to? We got out. Like, girl, the door's not open. Come on, open the door, open the door. Get off the door. Get out. Bye, Billy. It was great to meet ya. GG's. Well, that started off kind of crazy, but everyone got out, except including the bot. So, can't be that mad at the 4K. GG's, guys. Way to go. This one I wish I had endgame chats. I could be like, GG. Okay, I will take a break in 1 hour, depending if I finish earlier or not. Play with you. Because I do want to play games with you as well. Oh my god. Don't let me get in the way of your work. But, you know, if you happen to make some time for me, I am happy to take your time. We are doing open lobbies for anyone else who's lurking and can hear me. If anybody wants to join in, a break is good once in a while. Honestly, and you got like a good solid 5 hours of work in, you know? A good solid 5 hours of work. I think that's deserving of a reward, you know what I mean? Rubinator's son, Nancy Wheeler, and Krios. All right, Yunjin. This is not the music I thought I would be listening to. Here you go. Yeah. This song is so good.
Let's try to not lose any blood.
Mine. I'm doing drugs tonight. Oh, it's Trickster. Damn. Poor Nancy. Oh! Just barely. No. Just after the Nancy is crazy. I want to put that song on again. Dwight, come here. Oh, Leon missed a few checks, huh? Nancy's gonna die, bro. I cannot. Tunneling Nancy at 4 gens. He's over there. He has no clue. Wow. Nowhere to be found, by the way. He couldn't finish it. Nice. Nice. Oh no, Leon. Okay, that's first hook though.
A lot of things are happening. I need you to stay focused.
Oh my god, right there too. No! Help! Help! Well, that gen is almost finished. Where's Dwight, bro? Why is Dwight so far away? Why is Dwight so far? Leon, get it done. Leon, get it done. Hit it. Hit it. Come on, finish that gen, please. Oh my god, incredible. Oh my god, incredible. Incredible work, guys. Leon is eating. Come on, Leon. You can get me. Here, hear me here. Hear me here. Let's go. Come on yourself. That's fine. Leon needs to take this hook. Get out, guys! Get out! Get out! GG's. GG's. They got out. That's all that matters. Our team got out. Open lobbies, guys. We're getting the homies out today.
This place. I recognize it. From a horror story.
Open lobbies, you say? Yes, the laboobos are open. The boobs are open. If anybody wants to join, Ryan, you can totally join. The lobbies are open. We have spots. We're getting the homies out. I am sacrificing myself for the random. So at this point, I need all the help I can get. Are you free, Ryan? Would you like to play with me? Little me? Me and Kevin are in a match. Oh my god. Not y'all playing without me. The FOMO just set in. But please come play with me. I'll even get in my VC so we can have a silly goofy time. If you guys are into that kind of thing. Actually, I'll Alright guys, get me out this time, okay?
Trying to not lose any blood.
Don't leave me here to die like the rest of them have. Trickster, where are you? Sorry, Fung. Does he come to hit this? Fung! Oh! I did not know that that's where she was coming from. I'm gonna go up here. Where's that? Oh, over there. Oops. Why aren't the other two doing anything? Where are they? Oh. Downstairs again? I'm not gonna lie. I'm the only one doing gens. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, look at her. Where's she going? Where am I going? Is there one over here? Oh, there's one on the other side of this, huh? Mm. 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 Big whiff. Big whiff. Big whiff on homegirl. Oh my god. Por favor, déjame. Yeah, whiff again, ho. No. The mannequins couldn't save me. Not her on death hook, bro. Leaving her to second hook is sad and lonely place. Sad and lonely place. And oh my god, and Fung's not taking it. I guess Fung can't take a chase. Jonah, be a team player, will you? Take a chase. Oh my god, Yunjin is dead. Heal me, please.
Guess I'm off the hook.
Does he have a flashlight? Guys, put the flashlight down. Put the flashlight down if you're not gonna be around the killer. Just put it down. It's not worth it. There's Fung. I hear her crying. Oh, she's a Mori. Oh! 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 What the fuck? Why are you shaking your head at me? What did I do to you? Oh, maybe don't put the flashlight down, Jonah. Maybe it was about the friends you made along the way. Big whiff. You freak. Oh no. Big whiff. No. You're shaking your head at me, but you're the freak of nature. No, 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 no. Jonah. Jonah, please. No, Jonah. Good try. Jonah, don't ever put that flashlight down. Don't ever push the flashlight down, Jonah, okay? Whatever I said before, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me, Jonah. I don't know anything. Come on, Fung, just finish the gen. That's all we need. Hell yes. Lady girl, we're going to straight to the door. Oh, she's coming this way for sure. It's okay, we can go get him. Come on, guys. Kevin, you're here! Welcome in. Are you guys joining after this? No, just open it, girl. Yay! Kevin, I hope you're doing well. You were streaming yesterday too, and I just couldn't join. That's fine. No! Big swing! You're a bitch. I hate you. That's how I'm gonna get out. Fun, please! Oh. The Mori is nasty! That's how I feel. Guys. It's okay, we got them out. They got out. That's all I can ask, is that they got out. GG's, good try. Good try. Good try. I'm glad they got out. That's how it feels. When I don't make it out and everybody and other people do, I'm like damn, Kevin, you checked in 20 times already? Wait, how much does everybody have? I wish we could populate. Stars 9. Stars 9. Oh. It was you. I was wondering. I saw Beef Cook Hunter and I was like, oh. That just propelled me into a different dimension. Allie 23 times? That's crazy. Oh. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh my god, the puffer jacket is so cute, Kevin. We're doing open lobbies. We got one more spot open if somebody else wants to join. Star said game after next, but if anybody else wants to join, right now this is the lobby until more people want to come in. So. How have you guys' games been, Kevin and Ryan? Were they sweaty? Be honest. So, have they been sweaty? I got tunneled and slugged. Oh, sounds fun. The whole match. Oh, Kevin lived though. Oh, I did live. Okay, well, sometimes you survive to tell the tale. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Kevin. The tunneling and slugging in this new chapter, I think it's just like the new chapter pains of new players. Like, this is the only way they can play. All things considered, we had a Billy match a few games ago where I was knocked in the on spawn, but I got out. So that was fun and exciting. Kevin, I'm glad you survived to tell the tale of the tunnels and the slugs. Hopefully it's not too bad in our games. I wonder if a random will match our freak and play around with us. Guys, I went to see RuPaul DJ last night, and let me tell you the experience I had. It was quite the experience. I seen your IG stories. It was really interesting to see RuPaul in that element, or at all. She is definitely an old lady. But the vibes were right. Like the music was fun. And she had 2 openers, but the first opener was not good. The second opener was good, but the first one's not very good. The second one was fun, and then RuPaul was fun. I thought I was gonna hear more of RuPaul's music or like more disco, but it was more like house vibes. It felt like in freestyle, which I was not expecting. But now that I think about it, I guess that's like the 90s, you know? We're also going to see They Will Kill You next week. So I'm really, really excited to see that movie too. Okay, Cammy, I know you probably don't have Aurella, but is Fung really your best next thing? This outfit's kind of cute though. I've never seen Fung in this outfit. That hair. I'm gonna have to put that Slater song back on. Guys, how do we feel about Slater? I'm obsessed with Slater at the moment. And have been for about a year. But I'm into it. Love Slater. Yeah. This song is... I could listen to this song on repeat the whole day. This video is so cut too. It's so good. The video is so good of this to the song. Alright. Oh, this is... okay. I really enjoy this map. I really love when they brought it in to the rotation. I like how open it is. Oh, it's Hack. Ew. Ew. Look at her. Oh! I was not near her. Big swing, bitch. Get out of there. She turned around for the gen. She went back for the gen. Oh no, she went back for Cammy. Oh my god. Oh, Cammy was on this gen. Kevin, are you in this gen? No, you're not even on this gen. This gen's being worked on. Okay, I'm going to this gen on main. Oh, Kevin, no. Well, that wasn't fun. Come get me, come get me, come and get me. Oh yeah. Big swing! Dude, she just wants to smack me. Oh, no! No! What are you doing here? Please! No! No, I had her. Kevin, run! Alright, let me get on another gen. Get her, Kevin! Oh, she gave up on you too? Hell yeah. Here she comes. Oh. Guys, we're why did we just do this to her? Okay, 4 out. We got this. There's no way we fumble. Are we all out? Hi guys. Hey everybody. Welcome, welcome. Jeez, wee, wee. Good job. Gotta go. Well, that was fun. Oh my god. Who knew? All I needed was my friends to get out, to lead me to safety. Cute little hag. Oh, it's a baby. It's a baby. We did what needed to be done. Guys, I want a little Cyndaquil emote where he has his nails. My game is loading up. Oh right, Star's getting in here. Okay, we'll get Star in here. We'll have a full squad. Let's go, Swift. Okay, Swift. So happy. Guys, I watched Zootopia 2. Can we talk about how good that movie is too? It's not as good as the first one, but it's still so cute and so well done. Who's your favorite character? My favorite character from Zootopia? I mean, that's a good question. Is it a beaver? Is she a beaver? Whoever Fortune Feimster plays. That beaver, groundhog, woodchuck, gopher. I'm just gonna throw all those animals out there. They're a stargazer. Let's go. Squad. So excited. Oh my god, look at this. And we're all dressed up. We're all dressed differently. I live. Oh, this is a cute shirt too. Here, this is where we're all dressed different. Look at that. Yeah, favorite character is probably that or the sloth. Because, like, we love a good sloth. We love a good slow character. But honestly, the main character's kind of... Guys, I could body some Thai food right now. Some curry. Mm-hmm. I would love some curry. I was just thinking about dinner because it's already 7 o'clock. Oh. Whatever that means. We were just too iconic. I mean, the server said, Arella, get her out of here. The server was just being transphobic, I think. I think that's what I'm concluding. Come on, Mr. Killer. Mr. Killer can't handle. This song is cute. I never heard the song, but we love Cobra. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What's this song? I want to pump it through my butt. Period. I live. Oh, RPD. Oh, guys, I didn't spawn with any of my friends. Oh, it's a clown. Look at him over there. Come out here. Yes, you do. I'm getting caught on shit. I'm getting caught on shit. I'm getting caught on shit. No! Excuse me? Scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I know where you are. Come, help, heal me, heal me. Okay. Sandbag training, excuse. Am I Valentino bad? I didn't get the memo. Listen, Star, it was an accident, I promise. It was an accident, it was an accident. Oh. Guys, I got a phone call. I need to get on Jen. Guys, my phone messed me all the way up. Yes, I'm still working on this generator. Yes, I missed like 7 skill checks. But I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. So much was happening there. I didn't know you were gonna go in there. Ryan, I didn't know you were gonna go in there. Oh. No! No pallet here. Gotta get back upstairs. I hate being here. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Nice save! No! Why did I get stuck on that? Well? Nice, Kevin. He's looping around the top side. Oh, he's coming back. No, he's coming back. Kevin, get back. Get back. No, Kevin. Where's the last gen? There's two up front here. No! Like, please! And of course I don't have power struggle. I'm like landing on all these pallets now. Guys, this game was a wash. I was flustered by my phone call. I missed skill checks. Oh, we just weren't ready for the game. You know what I mean? We weren't ready. No. It's okay, I'm gonna heal, I have my med kit. So I couldn't fully heal. Go, go, go. No. I couldn't heal. Guys, get out, get out, get out. You guys get out easy, easy. Get Kevin out, get Kevin out. Oh! Nice! Nice! Go, go, go! Run, run, run! Guys, you guys got this. You guys got this easy. Nice! Let's go, team! W. I'm sorry I had to leave. Guys, I did so bad that game. I'm so sorry. I was holding us back. I truly was. But we got out. We did great. I know, we did amazing. Next time, if we're doing the sandbags, just let me know in advance. Trust me, I could do it. I'm the king. I'm the king of the sandbag. Just hold the door. Hold the doorway closed. We were gonna do Seabit shows. I was like, oh, ew, clown, let's sandbag. Ah! Yeah, well, next time you gotta let me know. Because we were like, oh, let's have some fun with the clown. But honestly, we didn't even need to sandbag. He couldn't take us. Even with my skill check misses, he wasn't hooking people until the end. What's that for dinner, guys? I have rice. Thinking maybe I'll just make some rice with chicken. Quick meal after stream. We killed that. No, we ate that. Star, I'm sorry I disappointed you with my combustion. Tony, hello? What's Tony doing here?
I just wanted to say hi. I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, hey. What are you doing right now?
I'm about to stream Dead by Daylight.
Oh, fun.
Are you still in stream?
Yeah, we're doing open lobbies.
Oh.
You can rotate people out.
I'm down to join. I didn't know.
Yeah,
I just
join
saw
up.
you alone. I was like,
No, you're good. Yo, no, I'm just here just in case people want to come with me.
okay.
I just joined my own stream. If anybody wants to join the VC, the VC's open. I'm gonna run one more game with this squad and then join them after.
So you're lagging a bit.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna run one more with the squad I'm in, and then you can join the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing like two games each. We rotate people out.
All right.
All right. Yeah, we haven't gotten into games yet. I can help out if needed. No, we're gonna run. We'll run the game. We'll get 2 games out of everyone, and then we'll do Kevin's rules. Kevin's rules are like two games, and then we'll rotate. Yeah, there you are, Tony. Hell yeah, Tony. Guys, Tony entered the VC because you're a fan of voice channels.
Huh?
You're a fan of voice channels. Like even when you're streaming, you're like on a Discord chat.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
I mean, I
He's
play
chatting.
with some streamers when I'm in their chat. Just like now that I'm finally free, I get to stream. I've been streaming
fair.
like a week or 2.
Yeah, you've been busy.
Yeah. I was sick and then my son got sick.
Everybody. Oh, you guys were just sick. You guys got it. Did he
Yeah.
just get worse?
No, my son got a little worse.
Oh no. Well, I hope he's
But
better.
Now he's okay. He's
Oh,
running
nice.
around
That's good.
like normal.
That's good.
I am back in fog.
Oh. What happened? This is the second time that's happened, friends. It's our squad. Our lobby's just getting denied. They're checking us at the door. We're too powerful. We are too powerful for this lobby.
While you were destroying killers?
Maybe not destroying. We've had really good games though, the four of us. A clown and a hag. We played hag.
There we go.
But the second time we were trying to load in and it kicks us out. Just kicks us out. Ooh, some Korean food we could just eat.
Hello. Yes. Let's go here, then here. There we go.
Let's go. We actually made it into a game.
Hopefully you guys all escape. I'm gonna be watching it while I'm being killer.
Oh, is that you running killer games?
It's over here. It's over here. Here. Yeah. Hey, good job. Yes, I'm back. I'm back, guys. I'm back on streaming.
All right, let's go, guys. We're going to achieve greatness. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's gonna happen. We've done it once before, twice with Kevin and Ryan. And Star just eating. Star 8. Star, I won't disappoint you this time. I promise. Oh, spring
I
trap.
don't even know if they had all the.
Let's avoid the hooks and hit those generators.
Hey.
I do too. Come here.
Mindbreaker. I hope not. Just kidding. No, we're gonna get Outstar, please. Excuse me. I missed another one! Stop! I'm nervous! You make me nervous, Kevin. I'm sorry. I get nervous around you. How? How? Kevin gave me a spanking, guys. I'm gonna help Star. Ryan, I'm coming. Come in, come in, come
I'm
in.
gonna mute myself just in case. Let me know.
Okay, bet. Sounds good. I've been muted too. I didn't want to distract you. No, he actually hit me that time. Where's the button? Where's the button to drop the pallet? Guys, I was trying to drop the pallet, it wouldn't let me. I was trying to drop the pallet, it wouldn't let me. My audio is all discombobulated, by the way. Okay, way better. You can 99 me if you want, or not. I said that way too late. Here, come here. No, guys.
There is no escape.
That's a dangerous pallet. Star. That would have been iconic. That would have been iconic if you got that. Oops, that was a mistake.
Hope that hook isn't rusted.
Oh my god! Open the door! Open the door! Eyes, no. Eyes. No, you should just open the door. GG's. I'm glad you guys got out. For the homies. The hatch literally opened right there too. Shaking my head. Shaking my damn head. We all made it out. I'm starting to think I'm not included in that all. Big teardrop. Big teardrop. GG's.
You never
We made it out. Let's see if Tony's not done with this game. I think we might just keep running this. Because he's playing killer matches. They just take long. We can just keep running matches. Yeah, he's still playing. He has 2 gens left. I'm ready. Let's do it. You made it out. Is that what you call it? Is that what getting out looks like? So I have been getting out all these matches. I haven't been. GG's. Earth to Emily. I'm not sure I like that song. I would have to listen to it again to like it, you know? This is honestly, now that we're hitting 4 hours, this is probably gonna be the last match because I'm hitting 4. I'm gonna tell Tony that. I'm ending after my match. Why does this keep happening to us? I mean, I think that's the cue. I only have one more game. DVD has me on a timer. It is telling me, honestly, maybe you're not cut out for this. Will it even put us in a match though? I think that's really the question. Are we gonna even get to a match? Is there even gonna be a match to play? We'll see. It keeps kicking us out. No Star. Where'd Star go?
Yeah, that's fine, just in case.
Star, what happened?
Just shoot me a text.
There you are. Oh my god, I got nervous. I didn't care what happened. I was so nervous. I was like, we lost her. I have pecha berries. Alright, last game, guys. I have to go eat dinner. It's already 8. I need to get food. And I'll probably be playing this later. I have to get my DVD fix in. I'm like, feel rusty. You know?
I have no interest in dying today.
Another hag. It's another hag. My audio's off again. Let's finish. I'm gonna work over here. I think there's 2 gens back here. Yep. Oh. I didn't know if I should have gone over there. Run, guys, run! Oh no, Star. Ugh, I thought I avoided that. Why'd she leave me? She left me again. She wants Star dead. I thought she saw me. Star, go! No, she wants Star! Lightborn? Are you kidding me? No, Star! Lightborn's nasty. Agitation, maybe? Thank you for the game, Star. I'm sorry you didn't make it out. She wanted you dead bad. She wanted the 1K.
Guess I'm off the hook.
Why does she want everybody but Kevin? No, Ed. Dog, you're. This is not. This is not real life. GG, she did, and no worries. I know, I was trying to take the down food. Well, I did, but she didn't want it. It wasn't enough for her. Here we go. Wicked Witch. I don't see where Noed could be.
Stupid hook.
She's just camping Kevin. Just leave. Oh no, it's next to you. Get off my friend. She has it trapped? Oh. Interesting. Hey.
I owe you.
Bye. Have a good time. I'm sorry, Kevin. Sorry, Star. She was being greedy. Thank you for the games, guys. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for playing with me and ending stream with me. It was a lot of fun. If you guys want to play later, I will be on. I gotta go make dinner because stream often times means I eat dinner late. So I'm eating dinner later than I want, which is fine. But we're going to get some. Thank you for games. No, thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for playing with me. Yes, no, thank you guys for always wanting to hang out with me. It honestly means a lot. Even when you sandbag me, it's fine. I'm just happy you're here. I'm kidding. Yeah, as long as you guys come back after I fuck up my skill checks, that's all I could ask. Who are we gonna raid today? Raid. Who's on? I know Tony's on. Probably get some games with Tony. I haven't played with him in a while. Oh, CJ's playing. Wait, let's raid to CJ. I think CJ's doing duos. They're playing this is a long stream for them, I think. Let's go raid to them. Oh yes, always need someone to make me look better. Oh, so I'm the ugly friend. Copy. um, that's a joke that I used to say to my friends in high school. It's like, I know I'm the ugly friend, guys. I'm the ugly funny friend. That's insane. I used to always say that to my friends in high school. Like, I know I'm the funny friend, guys. I'm not the hot friend. GG's, guys. Let's go hang out with TJ. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow with some more Pokopia content. Okay. Bye. Toodles.